Testing 1, 2. Chris, they're gonna use the powder booth, so if the powder booth camera is set up, that would be good. So, everybody, welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we have a guest artist, Ben Beres. He's working with our resident team of glassblowers to make items like you see here on the pedestal. Have you guys been here before? So everything we're making is Ben's design, and we're making these forms, and then Mr. Beres is going to sandblast all the letters onto the surface. So in the center, we have all the glass we need to make the next piece. We're going to start to blow it up to its full size and shape. You notice that one of the glass blowers, Sarah, is seated to the left of the workbench. She's the person that's going to be blowing. She's going to blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Gabe, sitting at this bench, shapes it. When they hold the pipe down at an angle like that, the glass is soft. The bubble will stretch under its own weight, making the bubble longer. Gabe is using a tool called the jacks and making a crease at the top. That crease is the place where we're going to be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. So Sarah, seated to the left, is blowing, and Gabe, sitting at the bench, is shaping. The gray pad in Gabe's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, it doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the big round oven with the door open, the glory hole, and we heat it up again. Our guest artist is a man with a big beard, sitting to the left of the workbench. That's Ben Beres. He's a Seattle artist. He's a printmaker. He teaches printmaking at Cornish College. He does a lot of other things. He works in collaboration with Sudden, Beres, and Color. Color, C-U-L-L-E-R, not Color, C-O-L-O-R. So now Gabe is heating up the bottom of that piece with a torch. And it'll just soften the very bottom. And then we can flatten the bottom so it'll sit nicely on the table. We have two ways in which we heat up the glass while we're working. One is the glory hole, the round ovens with the doors open. And we also heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. When we heat it up in the glory hole, it heats it up more generally. The glass itself is made out of three things, three main ingredients: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. Soda ash is a chemical which acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We throw those three ingredients into our big furnace. We cook it overnight. All those chemicals melt together and make glass. If you just use the sand, soda ash, and lime, you'll get clear glass. If we want to make colored glass, then we add some kind of metal. Different metals give you different colors. So if we want to make blue glass, we take sand, soda ash, and lime, and cobalt. If we want to make green glass, we add chromium. If we want to make white glass, we add tin. Okay, so it's hot. Glass blowing is a team sport. We rarely work alone. So the folks that are making the glass are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team, our resident team of glass blowers. They're super skilled. They each have at least 20 years experience making glass. Now we're going to transfer the glass from the rod it was originally blown on to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold it from the bottom while we work on the top. Once they feel that bond is strong enough, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. So now it's held from the bottom, the top is exposed, the top can now be heated and shaped. Notice that Gabe, sitting at the workbench, has a silver sleeve on his arm. That sleeve is made out of Kevlar, and that's to protect his arm from the heat. Do you guys have any questions? glass at the top of the bubble is always a little bit thick. So we're going to stretch it out a little to thin it and then trim some of that off. When the glass is hot, you can actually cut it with a scissors. Over on the right, that's Nick. He's taking his pipe over to the pipe cooler. When we get the glass out of the furnace, we have to stick the pipe way in there. It gets the pipe hot. So we take it over to the pipe cooler, that little trough, and we just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. So now Gabe is stretching out the glass at the top of our bubble. He's trying to thin out the glass at the very top. He's taking the shears. He's going to trim some of that off. Mr. Beres wants a kind of irregular top. And so we're cutting the glass to that shape that he wants. If you're here with kids today, we have a special contest for kids. Any kid 12 or younger can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to keep and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. So all you have to do is go over to that table, do your drawing, put it in the box, and cross your fingers that will pick, pick your drawing. Give you guys a little quick introduction to how this place works. Everything that we do starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's 2 of them, one on each side of the studio. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So if you look up on the big screen, that's what the furnace looks like inside. So in each of the furnaces is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out of the furnace. We take one of those steel pipes and we dip it into the molten glass like you dip it into a big jar of honey. We dip it in, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so when you blow, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. If we want to make something larger, we dip the pipe in the molten glass, we blow a bubble, we let it harden, and then we dip it in a second time or a third time, and we just keep building up the glass in layers. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So when the glass starts to cool and stiffen a bit, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round furnaces with the doors open. Can we put up the glory hole diagram? So the glory holes have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Anybody have any questions? Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. So once we finish the form that we're looking for, we'll take the glass off the metal pipe, we'll place it in one of these big black ovens called annealers, and it'll be cooled down very, very slowly overnight. Minimum. You dip the pipe in there and you twirl it around, and a little glass sticks to it. If it's too much, you can drip some of it off. What? Yes, we use different pipes depending on the size of the object we're making. We have real skinny pipes that we use to make wine glasses, and we have bigger pipes for making bigger things like this. So Nick has started the next one as we finish this one. Drip a little water on the joint between the vase and the metal pipe. The water will crack that joint, and just a light tap on the steel pipe should release it. We'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And into our annealing oven, will be cooled slowly overnight. There you go. That's our Aritst artist. So over on the left, Nick, the man with the shaved head, he started the bubble for the next vase form. In order to color these, we're coloring them by sifting powdered colored glass onto the surface and then melting it on. So at some point you'll see them walk around the corner to our powder booth. They'll sift the powdered colored glass onto the surface, and they'll go back to the glory hole and melt it on. So Nick, on the far left, has the bubble for the next vase. He's letting that cool and stiffen a bit, and then we're going to dip it once more into our big tank of molten glass to get some more glass. We put up the sandblasting drawing. So if you look at this one over here, you'll see it's covered in an adhesive-backed rubber. Mr. Beres will cut the design out of the adhesive-backed rubber, and then we'll sandblast it. And wherever the glass is exposed, the sand will cut into the glass. Wherever it's covered by the rubber stencil, that'll stay shiny. You can see how it looks when it's done. So we'll make these forms today. We'll cool them down overnight, and then Mr. Beres will take them back to his studio where he'll sandblast the designs into the surface. If you're interested in purchasing some of the glass, Mr. Beres has put a bunch of glass things that he's made in our gift shop across the hall. So check that out while you're here. Nick's just going to let that cool and stiffen before we coat it with more clear molten glass. You guys have any questions? How do you make glass? Glass is made out of three different things: sand, soda ash, and lime. It's mostly sand, melted sand. The soda ash helps it melt, and the lime holds the whole thing together. So we throw them in all those three ingredients to a big furnace, cook it, and all the chemicals mix together and make glass. You want to make colored glass, you take those same three ingredients and you add some kind of metal. So if you use the metal cobalt, glass turns blue. If you use the metal chromium, glass turns green. If you use a little bit of gold, glass turns pure. Yeah. You know about our contest for kids? Any kid that comes to the museum, 12 or younger, do a drawing. Once a month, pick one of the kids' drawings and make whatever they drew out of glass. So who wants to do a drawing? Okay, 6 works. There's a table in the lobby that has stuff to draw with and entry forms. Just go there, do your drawing, put it in the box. In the center, that's Sarah Gilbert, and she's making the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. We're going to use that. We're going to stick that rod to the bottom of our vase, and then we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Nick is rolling that bubble in powdered colored glass. And then he's going to put it back in the fire and melt that powdered colored glass onto the surface. All the colors you see while we're working are going to be distorted by the heat. When the glass cools off, it'll return to its natural color. A little bit. Glory holes are a little bit hotter. Well, there's two kinds of furnaces. There's the glass furnaces that which contain the molten glass. Those are the ones with the doors closed. There's two of those, and then there's two glory holes. The glory holes are just for heating and softening the glass while we're working. All the glory holes are the same, and all the furnaces are the same. So right now, Nick, in the black shirt and shorts, is melting on that colored glass powder. Now we brought the glass over to Gabe. Gabe is the man wearing the hat. He's going to start to shape it and blow it up to its full size and shape. Sarah, seated to the left of the workbench, she's the person that's going to be blowing. She's going to blow into that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. We put up some of Mr. Beres's artwork up on the big screen. When he lights these things up, the lettering, which he sandblasted onto the surface, projects the letters on the surface. You notice if you look at one of these vases, you notice that all the letters are backwards. And when you put the light in there and project it, the letters will come out in the right order. Does anybody have any questions? Now we're rolling that bubble over chips of colored glass. The chips of colored glass are called frit, F-R-I-T, and they'll melt onto the surface and make little dots of color. So now Austin, man in the light hat, is heating up the glass in the glory hole. He's going to make it nice and soft, and he's going to bring it to Gabe sitting at the workbench, and we're going to start to blow it up and shape it. Sarah, sitting to the left of the workbench, she's the person that's going to be blowing. She's going to blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass bubble as Gabe does the shaping. So right now that bubble is hollow, but the walls are quite thick, and we're going to blow it up to the full size, and the walls will thin out. Now Gabe is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. longer Austin keeps the glass in the glory hole in that round oven, the softer the glass will get. Now Sarah is blowing. You can see the bubble getting bigger. Gabe is heating up a tool called the jacks. He's going to rub them against a block of beeswax on the bench, and the beeswax will lubricate that tool so it'll slide easily over the glass. Now Gabe's going to take the jacks and squeeze the glass and make a sharp crease in it. That sharp crease is the place where we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. Anybody got any questions? The glass itself is made out of three main ingredients. Can we put up the ingredient slide? So the three main ingredients are sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. Glass is mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It's a chemical which laxes a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We throw those three ingredients into the furnace, cook them overnight. In the morning, we have a tank full of molten glass. Three ingredients alone will make clear glass. If we want to make colored glass, then we add some kind of metal. Different metals make different colors. Cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. Gray pad in Gabe's hand that he's shaping the glass with is just folded up ordinary newspaper soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Can we put up the newspaper photo? Can we put up the newspaper photo? So if you look up on the big screen, it's just regular everyday newspaper folded up a bunch of times in water. The one on the bottom is a brand new one. It hasn't been used. The one sitting on top is one that's been used for a little while. You see, he's making a shape that's very similar to the ones that are on the pedestal. The next part of this process is to transfer the glass from the rod that it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty. The second steel rod will hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. Sarah, in black shirt and shorts, is preparing the punty. Sarah is the woman over on the far right. Glass blowing is a team sport. We rarely do it alone. It's possible to do certain things alone, but it's very limiting. Everything works better if you work in a team. So right now, Gabe is just keeping that warm until Sarah is ready with the punty. Sarah's taking the punty over to our pipe cooler. Whenever these steel rods get hot, we take them over to that trough and we just spray water on the metal rod. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. Sarah's going to heat up the tip of the punty. And you bring it to Gabe. And we'll stick it on to the bottom of the vase. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. And the punty, the second steel rod, will hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. Once they feel that bond is strong enough to bear the weight, then we'll break the glass off the original pipe. We use water. We'll drip some water onto the glass where we want it to break, and we'll tap on the pipe, and off it'll come. There's the water dripping off those tweezers onto the glass. Give the pipe a good tap. Whoop. So now the vase is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. Has anybody got any questions? Okay, the person who makes the design is the person whose name goes on the product. So in this case, it's Ben Beres, the guy with the big beard. So everything that we're making is his design, and it's being made by our resident team of glass blowers. The stuff that you see in museums is often, and the name that you see on the label is often the designer, not the glass blowers. If you look at a Tiffany glass, Louis Comfort Tiffany never made a piece of glass in his entire life. He designed the glass vases and the lamps and stuff, and he had teams of glass blowers like this that made the actual objects. Ben Beres, where is Ben? He's a man crouched down with the big beard. He's our guest artist this week. We work Wednesday through Sunday, and we'll make whatever Ben wants. We have about 30-odd guest artists over the course of a year. They come from all over the world. Some of the guest artists are glass blowers. Some of them are not. We've had painters, ceramicists, poets, musicians. If a guest artist is not a glass blower themselves, then they come up with designs, and our team of glass blowers makes their designs. Round oven that we're heating up the glass in is called the glory hole. There's no glass in that oven. It's just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. Both the glass furnaces and the glory holes run on natural gas and forced air. We keep the glass furnaces at about 2100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius, and we keep the furnaces are 2100 at 1150 Celsius, and the glory holes are 2300, which is 1250 Celsius. So Gabe's going to stretch out the glass at the top. The glass is always a little bit thick there. So we stretch it out, and then we're going to trim some of it off. Takes the shears. When the glass is hot, you can actually cut it with a scissors. As Gabe Feenan, who's leading our team today, as he finishes up the shape, Nick will start the bubble for the next phase. So if you look at Nick, he's going to drip off some of the excess glass into that steel can. We'll save that excess glass, and that'll eventually go back in the furnace. Nick is going over to the pipe. He lays the steel pipe in that trough, and we spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. So now Nick is going around the corner to our powder booth. we're going to sift powdered colored glass onto the surface. Hi. How are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Hi. How are you guys? Good. Do you guys have any questions? Okay. Hey. Fine. Pretty straightforward. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to make handles today or not. They made one yesterday when I wasn't here. Maybe in the afternoon. Can we get a shot of the powder booth? So if you look up on the big screen, we're sifting powdered colored glass onto the surface of the vase. And then we're going to take it back, put it in the glory hole, and melt it on. So it's just a flour sifter filled with powdered colored glass. When we apply the colored glass like that, we have to do it in a special ventilated booth so that we don't breathe the glass dust. So when Nick comes back around the corner, it'll look powdery and dry. And then we'll put it in the glory hole, one of the round furnaces, and melt that powdered glass onto the surface. We play the powder video.
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
The connection between the metal rod, the punty, and the bottom of the vase is fragile. We have to keep that connection warm. If we keep it warm, everything's okay. If we allow it to get too cold, that connection can crack and the whole thing will fall on the floor. When I say keeping it warm, I mean keeping it above 900 degrees. So as we're working, periodically you'll see one of the glass blowers take a torch and warm that connection up to keep it from cracking. We're just about done. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. The slow cooling process is called annealing. The ovens in which we cool it are called annealers. They're electric ovens. We keep them at a constant temperature all day long. We place all the objects that we make during the day in there. And then at night, the oven has a little computerized thermostat that slowly turns the temperature down to room temperature overnight. We're going to drip some water between the joint between the punty and the vase. The water will crack that joint. A little tap will release it. We'll melt the little spot on the bottom where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And into our annealing oven to cool slowly overnight. When we make these, they're going to be plain. They're not going to have any designs on them. The way that we get the designs is called sandblasting. Can we put up the sandblasting drawing? So we make a rubber stencil with the design in it, as you can see here. And then we spray it with abrasive sand. Wherever the glass is exposed, the sand will carve into the glass. And then wherever it's protected by the rubber stencil, that'll stay shiny. So you can see on these, with the letters, stay shiny, because they were where the rubber stencil was and where the glass was exposed, we get this frosted color that you see here. So now Gabe, the man with the black hat, in the center of the workshop, shaping the glass on that steel table. The steel table is called the Marver, M-A-R-V-E-R. Now in the center, Austin standing at the glory hole, the round furnace. He's heating the glass up for Gabe. The longer he stays in that oven, the softer the glass will get. He's making these. Gabe is shaping the glass using a tool called the block. The tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Now Sarah, seated to the left of the workbench, is blowing. She's blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Anybody have any questions? Well, we put a layer of powdered colored glass on the outside, so the whole thing is covered, and then we sandblast through that outer layer to make the letters. So you see, we have the rubber stencils. We spray it with sandblasting, and then wherever the glass is exposed, the sand will carve through the outer layer and expose the color underneath. Wherever it's protected by the rubber stencil, it'll stay shiny and have the color that's on the outside. Gabe is heating up a tool called the jacks. He's going to rub it against a block of beeswax on the side of the bench. The beeswax will lubricate the tool and make it slide easily over the glass. Beeswax, yes. Gabe's taking a tool called the jacks, and he's squeezing the glass and making a sharp crease in it. That crease will be the place where we can break the glass away from the original pipe. Later on in the process, we'll drip some water into that crease. The water will crack the glass, and then just a tap on the pipe, and off it'll come. Sarah is blowing. Sarah seated to the left. And Gabe is shaping the glass using a pad of wet newspaper. Ordinary, everyday newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. As long as the newspaper is wet, the paper doesn't burn too much, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. Over to the right, Nick has gotten some glass out of the furnace on a second steel rod. And he's going to be starting the next vase. He'll blow the bubble for the next vase, melt on some powdered colored glass, and then he'll bring it to Gabe, and Gabe will finish it. We have like a little assembly line going. So Nick, over on the left, is starting the next one as Gabe is finishing the first one. Buttercup, it's an adhesive-backed rubber sheet. We cover the thing with this adhesive-backed rubber sheet, and then we take a knife and cut the design out of the rubber to make a stencil. Buttercut was originally used to carve gravestones. They would put the rubber sheet on the stone. They would carve out the letters that you had wanted and stuff, and then they'd sandblast it, and that's how they get all the lettering on a gravestone. In the olden days, it was chiseled by hand. Nowadays, they use the stencils and sandblasting. No, it's a sheet. It's a sheet that comes in a roll, and you stretch it around it and cover it, and then cut your design out of that. You see Zoe here is peeling off the rubber so that we have the stencil. Can we put up the sandblasting drawing? So if you look up on the big screen, if we have two colors of glass, one on the inside, different color on the outside, we make the rubber stencil, we sandblast the exposed areas, and wherever it's exposed, it carves through the outer layer of color, exposing the color underneath. You carve the design, and then you peel off the areas you want exposed. we're making these glass forms for Mr. Beres, and he's going to sandblast the decorations onto the surface. That all happens after the glass is cold. We've attached a second steel rod to the bottom. We feel that bond is strong enough to bear the weight. We'll break the glass away from the original pipe. Gabe will take his tweezers, dip them in water. He'll drip a little water in the notch that we created earlier on. Here he goes. He drips the water in the notch, gives it a tap, and off it comes. So now the vase is held from the bottom. The top of the vase is exposed. The top of the vase can now be heated and shaped. You guys have any questions? Yeah. Okay, can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's what our furnaces look like inside. So the bottom half, there's a big ceramic pot full of melted glass. The melted glass has the consistency of honey. So we take the steel pipe and we dip it into the melted glass, twirl it around. A little bit of glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe is hollow, so when we blow, the little ball of glass blows up like a balloon. Whatever you need. If you blow it up, and if you need more glass, you let that bubble harden, and then you dip it in a second time or a third time, and you just build up the glass in layers. Nope, these are all professional glass blowers. What? Gabe, he's been blowing glass for 29 years. Sarah, 24 years. I think the same for Nick. Yeah, of course. Well, these guys are all professionals. No. Nope. They have all different stories. Gabe is leading our team today. Learned entirely at work. He got a job in a glass shop knowing absolutely nothing in his early 20s, and he's been blowing glass ever since. Sarah took some glass blowing lessons when she was in high school and then went on to an art college where she studied it further. Okay, yeah, no, that's why we have that. It's very echo in here because we're inside a big tin can. No, I can relate. Believe me, I can relate. So Nick is preparing the bubble for the next phase. So we got a little assembly line going. As Gabe's finishes one. Nick starts the other one, and when that one's finished, Nick will hand the glass over to Gabe, and Gabe will make the vase.
The glass, I assume, arrives here in a somewhat refined condition.
No. We get what's called batch. Batch is like a cake mix. It's got all the ingredients for the glass. It's not glass yet when we get it. Yes, it's powdered. There's three main ingredients in glass: sand, soda ash, and lime. Sand is the bulk of it. It's mostly melted sand. The soda ash is sodium carbonate. It acts as a flux and lowers the melting temperature of the sand. And the lime is calcium carbonate, and that stabilizes the mixture chemically. We shovel it into the furnace, cook it overnight. In the morning, we have a tank full of glass. No. We use one glass for everything. The glass furnace where we melt the glass, when we're cooking it, it's about 2,400 degrees Fahrenheit, and when we're using it, we keep it about 2,100. It's basically, think of it like a pot of soup on your stove on simmer. So we have two furnaces. We work out of one till it's almost empty. Then we switch to the other furnace, which is full, and then we cook glass in the one we just emptied. So we go back and forth, back and forth. Yes. Okay. We can recycle our clear waste because all the furnace in the glass is clear. If we've added color to it, then we can't recycle it because we can't throw red and blue and green into the big clear furnace. Yeah, all the glass in the furnaces is clear. For this project, we've been sifting powdered colored glass onto the surface and then melting it off. Can we play the powder video?
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
Now Gabe is opening the top with a tool called the jacks, and we're going to cut the top because Mr. Beres wants a little kind of, I don't know how you describe it, he wants a kind of a straight section and spiraling around. Well, you'll see it when we finish it. Sarah's concentrating the heat at the top. Gabe is shaping it with the pad of wet newspaper. His assistant is holding a wooden paddle in front of his arm to shield him from the heat. The heat that comes off the glass is radiant heat, like an outdoor heater. It heats the first thing it strikes. So if we place the paddle between the arm and the glass, the paddle gets hot and the arm doesn't. And the man that just walked across the studio, that's Nick Davis. And he's got the bubble for the next vase. Looks like they're going to maybe leave this one, the top straight. Working with glass is like working on a lathe or a pottery wheel. The work spins, and we hold the tools against it as it spins to shape. I guess they're leaving the top of this one straight. So we're almost done with this. Everything that we make here has to be cooled slowly or it'll break. So we're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. If we didn't do that, if we just made the thing and put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break. If you look to the far right, you'll see one of the glass blowers putting on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished vase to our annealing oven. He's putting on some gloves that are made out of Kevlar. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When he grabs that vase, it'll be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll carry it to the annealer, and we'll cool it very, very slowly overnight. Get it off the metal rod. We'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water on the joint between the metal rod and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, and we'll give the pipe a tap, and off it will come. We'll take a torch and melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And over to our annealer, where it cools overnight. Anybody got any questions? The yoke. They could. In the Czech Republic, different countries have different methods. In the Czech Republic, they have a yoke and they work on a stationary on the yoke. Here, we do it Italian style, and we roll it on the rails of the bench. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest to a school called the Pilchuck Glass School and began teaching the young Americans how to blow glass. And since that time, we work in the Venetian style.
Do they tend to work in particular teams? Since it seems to take 4 to 6 people, meaning would there be Jerry would prefer to work with Margaret?
Yeah. We have a core team of 5 glass blowers. Sometimes we'll work 3 of them. Sometimes we'll work with 5 of them. Today, one of our main glass blowers is off at a glass conference. So Austin, the really tall guy, he's filling in to make our team. But Gabe, Sarah, and Nick are part of our core resident team here.
Which is nice. I used to have guys I worked with who liked to work with guys who knew their job, which would go in and work, as everybody knows.
Glass blowing is probably the most socially tight art form there is because we know all kinds of glass blowers from all over the world, and we work with different teams. These guys are all consummate professionals.
It's a nice place to be. It's a pleasure to work with people that you're comfortable with.
Yes, and that are talented.
He said that he wanted to have someone spray down the bag. Is it just water, and why do you have to do that? Like spray into
Into
the
the furnace.
yeah.
If there's bubbles on the surface of the glass, if we spray water in there, we can pop the bubbles on the surface. How are you guys? How are you?
We're good.
You guys have any questions?
Well, yes, because he keeps leaving. So we're watching him because it's orange. I love orange. But he goes in the back room. What is he doing when he leaves?
He's sifting powdered colored glass onto the surface. So there's that big black booth you see over to the left. That's a ventilated booth. When we sift the powder colored glass, we don't want to breathe the glass dust, so we do it in that booth. If you look up on the big screen, we have a camera in there.
Got it. Thank you.
So we have just powdered colored glass in a flour sifter, and we sift it on. like you'd sift powdered sugar onto a brownie.
Got it. Thank you.
She knows that reference.
There you go. It doesn't taste as good, but it gets the job done. So you'll see when he comes around the corner, the glass looks very dry, and then he puts it into the glory hole, the round furnace, and we melt on the powder.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions? Hi. You guys have any questions?
Not right now. No, just fascinated and enjoying.
Good, good. So now we have all the glass we need. We've sifted powdered colored glass onto the surface and melted on to get the color scheme that Mr. Beres wants. And now we're going to blow it up to the shape that he wants. So right now that bubble is hollow. The walls are thick. As we blow it up, it'll thin out. So now Gabe is going to shape the glass using the block. The block is that scoop-shaped tool. It's made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as we shape the glass. You notice that one of the glass blowers is seated to the left of the workbench. That's Sarah Gilbert. Sarah's going to blow through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflate the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Each time we heat the glass up in the glory hole, the round oven with the doors open. It only stays soft for a little while. So when it comes out and it's nice and soft, we do whatever shaping we can while it's hot and soft. And then it starts to cool and stiffen. And then we go back to the glory hole and heat it up again. So Sarah is blowing, and you can see the bubble getting bigger. We're making some vase shapes similar to the ones that you see on the pedestal. We're making the shapes here in the glass blowing studio, and Mr. Beres will take them back to his studio and sandblast the designs, the letters onto the surface. That'll happen after the glass is cold. Mr. Beres is the man sitting on the steel table. That's Ben Beres. He's a Seattle artist. He's a printmaker as well as working in glass. And this is his second residency here. He's our visiting artist from Wednesday through Sunday. And he works with our resident team of glass blowers. There's some examples of Mr. Beres's work in our gift shop. So if you're interested in purchasing some, we have some glass that you can purchase in the gift shop made by Mr. Beres. There's two ways in which we heat up the glass. Sometimes we heat it up in the big round oven, the glory hole. Sometimes we heat it up with a torch. When we heat it up with the torches, we can focus the heat in a particular place. We can soften just the part of the glass that we want to shape. So right now we want to flatten the bottom of that vase. So we've taken the torch and we've just heated up the bottom. So only the bottom is soft. We can flatten that without disturbing the rest of the shape. Over to the right of center, Sarah Gilbert, is getting some glass out of the furnace, and she's going to make what's called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. We're going to use Sarah's steel rod to hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. Sarah's going to coat the end of that steel rod with a little bit of molten glass. That'll make it sticky. And then she'll bring it over to Gabe. Gabe will attach it. And when we feel that the bond is strong enough to bear the weight, we'll break the glass away from the original pipe. So now Sarah's going to come over with the punty, the second steel rod. Stick the punty onto the bottom. When we feel that bond is strong enough to bear the weight, will break the glass away from the original pipe. Gabe will take his tweezers, dip them in water. He'll drip the water into the little notch that he's created. The water will crack the glass, give the pipe a tap, and off it comes. So now the vase is held from the bottom. The top of the vase is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped. The glass at the top is always a little bit thick. So we're going to stretch out the glass at the top and trim some of it off. Anybody have any questions? Can we put up how hot is it? Oh, I guess we can't. Hi. How are you guys? You guys have any questions? 2,300 degrees. That's 200 degrees hotter than the hottest volcano. That's really hot. What is it? The volcanoes range in temperature from about 1,700 to 2,100. So the hottest ones are same as our glass furnace. And the glory hole's a little bit hotter than that. No, it takes probably, 25 minutes. 25 minutes and 25 years. 25 years to learn how to do it, and 25 minutes to make each one. You guys know about our contest for kids? Any kid that comes to museum, 12 and under, can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings, and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home, and one for the museum collection. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. It doesn't cost anything. Can we put up some? Let's see. Oh, we can't put up anything right now.
Don't they have displays out there of some previous winners?
What?
Aren't there a display out there with previous winners?
What?
Isn't there a display out there with previous winners?
Yes, in the hallway going out towards the
Okay,
air.
so we'll be able to see. So we can see if any kid made, and then once
How do you get the color in the glass?
How do you get the color in the glass?
The colors in glass come mostly from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up. Cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red.
Oh, wow.
Gold beats red, huh?
Yes, the glass color chemistry is a little bit, it's not as straightforward as paint. Paint, you put blue stuff in, you make blue glass. You make blue paint.
I'll be right back.
Like if you cook up the glass with copper, if you cook it one way, the glass turns turquoise. If you cook it a different way, the glass turns blood red.
Wow.
It's the same copper, it's just cooked different ways.
Interesting.
We saw them rolling it. I don't know, was it broken glass on that table earlier?
Yes, they're little chips of glass, and those are called frit. And each little chip of glass will melt and form a little dot of color on the surface.
I mean, this is so exciting.
Gabe's stretching out the glass at the top with those crimps. And when we're trying to make the top glass thinner. And we'll cut off the thick glass that we've stretched out. And we'll bust that excess glass off. When we finish this vase, I think we're going to break for lunch. We take an hour lunch, and we'll be back in an hour making more glass.
Excuse me. What are they making now?
We're making vases like this,
Like that? Oh,
like the ones on the pedestal.
okay. And how long does it usually take from start to finish to do one piece? If it's,
Well, it probably take a half an hour to blow it up and shape it, and then we have to cool it slowly overnight.
overnight, okay. And do people come here and commission pieces?
They do. Mr. Beres is our guest artist, so we've invited him. He's not commissioning.
Say again? Everyone's have to go to the gift shop.
So Gabe's going to widen that opening a little bit. The tool in his hand is called a parchophy. It's similar to the jacks, except they have wooden blades instead of steel blades. So this one is almost done. We're going to take it off the metal rod. We're going to place it in an oven called the annealer, where it'll be cooled very slowly overnight. If we just made this and put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly, and it would break, which wouldn't be good.
How do you know what you're making on any given day? Just whimsy?
What?
How do you know what you're going to make on a given day? Just whimsy?
Nope.
Today we have a guest artist who's making what it is.
Over on the right, you can see the man in the green jacket. That's Austin. He's put on some Kevlar gloves, and he's going to carry the finished vase to our annealing oven. Kevlar is a fire-resistant insulating material. When he grabs that vase, the vase will be approximately 1,000 degrees. At that temperature, the glass will be hard, and we'll put it in the annealer and cool it slowly overnight. In order to get the glass off the metal rod, the punty, we'll take a pair of tweezers, dip them in water. We'll drip a little water on the joint between the punty and the vase itself. The water will crack that joint, just that joint, and then a little tap on the metal pipe, and off it'll come. We'll take a torch, and we'll melt the little spot where we broke it off so it's not sharp. And into our annealing oven in the back. And let's have a hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. Gabe Feenan, Sarah Gilbert, Nick Davis, Austin Stern. So that concludes our demonstrations for this morning. If anybody has any questions before I go to lunch, I'd be happy to answer them. If not, we'll be back in an hour making more glass. everybody. Welcome to the Museum of Glass. Today we have a guest artist, Ben Beres. He's a Seattle artist. He's a printmaker. He also does sculpture and installations. And he's our guest artist from Wednesday through Sunday. And he's working with our resident team of glass blowers to make pieces similar to the ones that you see there on the pedestal. Just to get you started, I'm going to give you just a very quick introduction to how glass blowing works. Everything that we do here starts out in our glass furnaces. The glass furnaces are the machines where you see the doors closed. There's two of them. Can we put up the glass furnace diagram? So that's what our furnaces look like inside. In each of the furnaces is a big ceramic pot. In that ceramic pot is 1,000 pounds of melted glass. We keep the melted glass at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 1150 Celsius. At that temperature, the glass has the consistency of honey. So if you can imagine a giant crock pot full of honey, that's what our furnace is like. We want to get the glass out to make stuff. If you look over to the right of center, we take the steel pipes and we dip them into the molten glass. A little bit of the glass sticks to the end of the pipe. The pipe itself is hollow, so if we blow into the pipe, the ball of glass blows up like a balloon. Once we get the glass out of the furnace, it only stays soft for a little while. So we do whatever shaping or blowing we can while it's hot and soft. And when it starts to cool and stiffen, we go to the second type of furnace, and that's called the glory hole. The glory holes are the round furnaces with the doors open. Those have no glass in them. They're just a hot chamber for heating and softening the glass while we're working. All the glass that's in our furnaces is clear glass. It has no color. We buy colored glass in various forms, in chips, in powders, in bars. And when we want to make a colored object, we blow a bubble of clear glass from the big furnace, heat up a chunk of colored glass, and then we coat that initial bubble with the colored glass. We have a little video. Can show you how that's done. Can we play color overlay?
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
So the The reason that we color the glass in that manner is so that we can have any color we want anytime we want. If we were to fill the furnace with blue glass, we could only make blue things. If we coat each piece bubble individually, we can make any color at any time. Can we put up the plunger sculpture? It's in the power there. So this is what we're going to make next. We're going to make this glass toilet plunger. We're going to blow the plunger part first. We're going to put it in this oven over here called the garage. Then we're going to make the handle and then stick the two together.
Laying out powder on the hot plate and writing it backwards, and then they would take the glass and roll it up. So it's just layers and layers of text. This is the same version, just different size. And then we're doing like three thicker, so the glass is on different layers. So it does this weird optics thing, like when you see it, you see the reflection. Because the different glass has properties. So those rounder ones tend to be white. These were like a day, but we did this crazy axe handle wraparound twisting, and he went in at the same time, and he wants that to go for like 2 days. So it'll be long. I mean, it's just waiting. So much waiting. You can't like you rush your first. Right. Just bring it out, right? Pour it like will last for a bit, and then like a cold day or something will like die.
So we're going to be making two different things on two different benches. On the bench on the far left, we'll be making a vase similar to the ones that are on the pedestals. And we're going to be making the plunger in the center. By the way, this is our guest artist here, Ben Beres. Over to the right of center, that's Gabe Feenan, one of our resident team of glassblowers. He's coated his initial bubble with black for the plunger, and now he's going to coat it with clear. All glass, when it's really hot, looks orange. The orange color that you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. If you've ever had an electric stove in your house, the burners are gray. When you turn them on to cook something, they get hot. They glow orange for a while. Turn them off, they cool down. The orange glow disappears. That's the same physics that you see here with the glass. So the bubble that Gabe has in the center, that's black. Doesn't look black at the moment. What you're seeing is the glow from the heat and not the color of the glass. Do you guys have any questions? If you're here with kids, we have a special contest for kids. Any kid 12 and under can do a drawing. Once a month, we pick one of the drawings and we make whatever the kid drew out of glass. We make 2 copies, one for the kid to take home and one for the museum collection. It's free to enter. There's a table out in the lobby with drawing materials and entry forms. And if you want to enter, just go there, do your drawing, and drop it in the box. In the center, Sarah's heating up the glass in the round oven, the glory hole. She's going to make it soft and bring it to Gabe, and Gabe will start to shape it. The longer she stays in the glory hole, the softer the glass gets.
But these are like different.
Gabe is taking a tool called the block. He's shaping the glass. That scoop-shaped tool is made out of wood. It's stored in a bucket of water. As long as the wood is wet, the tool doesn't burn, and it doesn't leave any marks as he shapes the glass. Sarah is seated to the left of the workbench. Sarah's going to be the person that's blowing. She's going to blow through that steel tube and inflate the glass as Gabe, sitting at the bench, shapes it. Anybody got any questions? Yeah. Because we won't have enough glass to make the object. The layer of colored glass we put on is just very tiny. If we could only make something really tiny out of that. No. Gabe is shaping the glass using a tool called the jacks. He's squeezing the glass as they turn the pipe. He's making a narrow part at the top. For the print, you mean these prints here? These are done. We make a piece of glass that has the letters carved into it in 3D, and then we roll it across the paper, and the parts that are the surface parts here burn the image into the paper. We roll it over the paper, and it burns the image into the print. So now Gabe is shaping the glass. The gray pad in his hand is just ordinary newspaper, folded up a bunch of times and soaked in water. It's perhaps our most important tool. Just everyday, ordinary newspaper, folded up and soaked in water. We can shape the glass with it, and it doesn't leave any marks. It is stretched out a little point on our bubble, and we're going to bust off that little point so we can open up the opposite end. You make a little notch in it, and one of the other glass blowers will give it a whack. Yep. So now we have a hole in the end. Over on the workbench on the left, we're starting another one of these vases with the letters on them. Can we get the camera on the powder booth? So one of the ways that we're coloring this glass is we're sifting powdered colored glass onto the surface of the bubble. It's just an ordinary flour sifter filled with powdered colored glass. So we'll coat that surface with the powdered colored glass, then we'll come back around the corner and stick it in the glory hole with a round oven, and we'll melt it on. We're using these powdered colors to make those vases. The plunger in the center bench and the vases over on the far left. Do you guys have any questions? How often does anybody get hurt? We've had one trip to the emergency room in 22 years. And that was a slip and fall. It wasn't a glass thing. So Gabe is going to take the plunger and he's going to put it in this oven over here. This is called the garage. We call it the garage because that's where we park stuff until we're ready to use it. The garage operates at half the temperature of the furnaces. It's hot enough to keep the glass from breaking, but it's not hot enough to make it soft. So whatever goes in the garage stays warm, holds its shape. When we're ready to use it, we'll pull it out again and heat it up a little extra. Over on the far right, Sarah's collecting the glass for the handle of the plunger. She's taken her pipe over to the pipe cooler. If these steel pipes get hot, we have a little trough over there, and we can just spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easier to hold. I made a mistake. I don't think that's the handle. Okay, so I made a mistake there. We're going to use this bubble. We're going to open it up wide, and we're going to use it to grab the plunger. He's been doing it for the last couple of years. No formal background in glass. Yeah, working with various glass blowers over time. Seattle?
I got free croissants. That's right. Well, you didn't really work. Security. Can I see the sign?
Press B. Ben Beres is the man in the brown shirt with a big beard at the center of the workshop. Oh, we have fans. Blah, blah.
Trying to like explain how it works in sports and how this is like as close as we get to it.
Sarah's going to poke a hole in the end of that bubble and then widen that opening. She take the shears and trim off some of that funky glass. So you guys have any questions? Coloring glass comes from metal dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes it blue, chromium makes it green, tin makes it white. We buy colored glass. We buy from two companies in Germany. They have like 200 colors. We buy it already colored. Glass in the furnace is all clear glass. There's no color. We want to make a colored object. We blow a bubble from the clear out of the clear glass, and then we coat that bubble with whatever colored glass we want the object to be. Yes. where we make a glass piece and we carve the letters into the surface with sandblasting, and then we roll the three-dimensional letters over the paper, and they burn into the paper to make the image. Does that make sense? No. Okay. Let me see. Can I borrow a small one for a minute? This one maybe?
So they're gonna next step.
Okay. So, as you see, we've carved the letters into the surface of the glass with a sandblaster. We cover the whole thing with a rubber stencil. We cut the letters out. We peel away everything else, and then we spray abrasive sand, and that carves into the glass, leaving the letters standing out. When we roll this, when we get this hot and we roll it over the paper, the letters burn the paper, and that creates the image. Does it make sense now? Yes or no? Right. So we have this on a pipe and it's hot. And then we roll it over the paper, and the letters, where it didn't touch on the surfaces, that burns the image into the paper.
I'll show.
Shut up. So now Gabe has pulled the plunger out of the garage, and we're going to attach it to the punty, the disc-shaped glass piece that Sarah made. So this clear kind of hemisphere that Sarah made, this is just going to be, it's not going to be part of the piece. It's just going to temporarily hold the plunger section. So we'll stick the two together. Whoop. So we're going to attach the plunger to that clear hemisphere that Sarah made. The clear hemisphere is not part of the sculpture. It's just there to temporarily hold the plunger. Now we're going to work on the opposite end of the plunger. Gabe is heating it up a little extra with that torch. And we're going to clean up that opposite end. I think you may fold it over to make a little ridge.
There's like a big thing over there where they rip all the glass and they'll recycle that.
Glass is a very poor conductor of heat, which turns out to be an advantage for us, because it means that we get one part of the glass hot and soft and shape that part without disturbing the rest of the shape. Hi, how are you guys? How are you? Good. Do you guys have any questions? He's making one of those vases like you see on the pedestals. Well, we'll make the form, then the vase has to cool down overnight, and then we'll sandblast the letters into the surface when it's cold. If you look at this here, So there's a glass vase, and it's covered with an adhesive-backed rubber sheet, and we cut out the letters, and then we spray it with abrasive sand, and wherever it's exposed, that'll carve into the glass. Wherever it's protected by the rubber stencil. Whoa. Wherever it's protected by the rubber stencil, that will remain shiny. So if you look at the one on the table, that's how we're going to make the letters. So we're going to put the plunger back in the garage where it'll stay warm. And I think next we're going to make the handle. Everything we're making is the design of our guest artist, Ben Beres. He's working with our resident team of glassblowers. He's not a glassblower himself. When we have a guest artist who's not a glassblower, they come with ideas and designs, and our team of glassblowers makes their design. They're just keeping those pieces warm, keeping the plunger warm. When they put it in there, we have to babysit it for a little while, because if it's just a little soft, over time it'll sag. So we got to just kind of babysit it to make sure that it's stiff and it's not going anywhere. You see Gabe's keeping an eye on it. Make sure it's not sagging. If there's still some heat, glass has a great deal of thermal inertia. It holds heat because it's so dense. And so it may look like it's stiff, but if you leave it there for a long time, it might slowly start to sag. So we want to make sure it's really as stiff and it'll stay put. Maybe Sarah's going to make it. I think she's got a bunch of glass. Gabe's taking his pipe over to the pipe cooler. You spray water on the metal pipe. That cools it down and makes it easy to hold.
Set that up, Sarah, then we'll sit the powder on it. It'll be cleaner. Like the next gather. And if it doesn't get all the way on the tip, it's not a huge deal because we're going to cut that off anyway.
Wrap on and then powder.
We're gonna powder it. Then we'll put wraps on it and powder it again. Melt that in and then change the axle.
So Sarah's bubble is going to become the handle. And they have a little bit of a elaborate process to simulate the wood grain. I'll explain it to you as they do it. It's a little complicated to just explain in words. But if you see them do it, it'll be obvious what they're doing. We have where the everything you see on the screen. We have cameras all over the studio. We have one way and back you, one at each exit sign, one underneath the hood, and there's a man, Chris, sitting up in there. We see where that window is. He's sitting in front of a computer. He sees all the views from the different cameras, and he can switch views. He can zoom in and out. You ever see commercials? You ever see a commercial for like an NFL game, and there's a guy sitting in front of a big screen? That's like that. How long would it take the glass to cool down? There's two answers to that. If we were just to put it on the table and let it cool on its own, it'd probably cool in 20 or 30 minutes. If we did that though, it would break. If we want to keep it, we put it in one of these big ovens and we cool it down slowly overnight. Now Sarah's going over to our powder booth. Whoa, there we go. And we're going to sift powdered colored glass onto the surface. We're going to wrap glass around it, and you'll see. We're going to wrap glass around it and then powder it again. So that's going to be that color that she's sifted. That's going to be the sort of background color of the wood, and then we'll sift on color for the lines of the grain. How do we make the powdered glass? We don't make it. We buy it, but it's made in a ball mill. Do you know what a ball mill is? It's a device that has like a ceramic jar and very hard porcelain balls in the jar. You put the glass in there, and the jar just spins, and the little balls hit the glass and crush it up. If you've ever seen a rock polisher, let's just say, well, even that, what? No, thank you. But it's a barrel that sits on two rollers, and it turns, and the balls keep falling and hitting the glass and breaking it up smaller and smaller. They run them for days until the whole thing is powder, and then they'll sift it so that we get a different size grits. All the colored glass that we use, we buy. We don't make it. There's two companies in Germany that do nothing but make colored glass. They have close to 200 colors, and we buy all our colored glass from those two companies. If you look up in the big screen, we have a camera in our powder booth. When we work with powder glass, where we're sifting it, we don't want to breathe the glass dust, so we do it in a ventilated booth. Now Sarah's going to the glory hole, and she's going to melt that powdered glass onto the surface. Sarah's attaching some rollers to the bench. So we're going to wind on some clear glass. Then we're going to powder it again with a dark color. The dark color will fall in between the wraps, and that will make the dark lines for the wood grain.
They what?
They don't need any heat protection for their hands or legs.
They do sometimes when if they're uncomfortable, then they put it on. If they're comfortable, then they don't.
Seems like, mistakes can happen. It's like, how hot is that?
It happens mostly in your imagination. We've never had a serious burn here.
Wow,
Been over 22 years.
amazing. Fabulous.
The real danger in this shop is none of the things you would think. Not getting cut, not getting burned, not breathing chemicals. It's the repetitive motion injuries from the constant turning of the pipe and from the weight being so far out on the end of that pole. Puts a lot of stress on their wrists and elbows. And so we're going to blow that up till it's a kind of a sphere. And then we're going to do what's called switching axes. So the stripes are going kind of horizontal like that. We're going to grab it at 90 degrees so that the stripes go vertically. And then that'll give us the wood grain look. You're going to heat up a little spot. And we're going to make another hole in the side. We're going to attach it to another pipe. And that'll shift the lines 90 degrees. It's called switching axis. Propane and oxygen. We can't use acetylene because it's too much carbon and it affects the color. Now we've shifted the axis 90 degrees. When he pinches the glass like that, the lines, it draws the lines together and makes a little swirl that you would see in wood grain. Can we put up the plunger photo again? So this is what we're making. And we're working on the wood grain handle. So now the uh, the handle shape. We're going to wind down a little extra pad of clear. So we'll dip the tip into the water. That'll chill it a little bit, make it stiffer. So that's where we're going to grab it to stretch it, and it'll be a little firmer. Nick is standing on the bench. We'll hand it to him, and we'll pull it vertically. So we want to have a twist in the handle.
Ben, you looked so nervous for a half a second, and then you were just like,
Oh. Just a flash.
yeah, Gabe, I'd really melt the shit out of that because I don't want it to be like those scissors.
Yeah, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Actually, Nick, flash again. I want to torch it again and really melt that together. Melt it and really squeeze it together, huh? Okay.
Scissors not firmly attached.
No, I mean, they're like, they were melted, but when these anneal, they want to spread just a little. So if they're not like really overly squished, then they just pop apart. So one pair of the scissors, you could tell all the other two pair were really squished and they stayed, but the ones that were just
Tag.
just they separated about that much. It's kind of crazy. Oh, it's like the kids' design.
So we're getting ready to join the plunger, the rubber part of the plunger, to the handle. Over on the left, Sarah has the plunger. In the center, Gabe has our twisted handle. Getting ready to join the two together. Sarah has the plunger. The rubber part of the plunger. That clear section is not part of the sculpture. It's just there to temporarily hold the plunger. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. So we're going to make the two edges hot, and we're going to press them together, and they'll stick. Here comes Nick with the handle. Hot glass sticks to hot glass. A little water, and we'll break it away from the pipe holding the handle. got to keep everything warm so it doesn't crack. So we're going to take the top end of the handle and we're going to round it out a little bit so it looks like the handle of a plunger would look. When you have something like this that's so complicated, thick parts and thin parts, we have to heat it very carefully. If we get it too hot, we'll lose the shape. If we don't get it hot enough, the glass will crack. And the thinner parts will cool quicker than the thick parts, so we have to compensate with the torch. As Gabe works on the tip of the handle, we've got to remember to warm up the glass that's holding it as well, so that glass doesn't crack. So he wants the end of it to be round, like you would see a plunger with a wooden handle, and the tip would be round. So we are almost done. The reason I know that is I see one of the glass blowers putting on some protective clothing. He's going to carry the finished plunger to our annealing oven where it will be cooled slowly overnight. If we just put this on a table now and let it cool on its own, it would cool too quickly and unevenly and it would break. So we'll put it into one of our annealing ovens where it'll be cooled very slowly, and that will prevent it from breaking. You guys have any questions?
How long does it stay in the annealer?
Overnight.
Overnight?
You Mr. Lieberman?
Yes.
Saw your
What?
artwork.
Saw your
Oh.
artwork.
I hope you liked it.
We did.
You did. How long have you been doing this?
Be it a tour guide or working in glass.
Both, I guess.
What?
Both, I guess. You know all
I would
about
be a tour guide for maybe 15 years and working glass for about 50.
50? Wow.
Very impressive.
Very interesting to watch.
Oh, you guys have to watch that show Blowing It Over and Over.
Most of them. A young woman is one of Mr. Beres' assistants. I don't know what her background is. And a woman over with cameras on camera one. Not a glass blower. He's been working glass for about 29 years. Sarah, short, 24 years. Nick, also about 24 years. Awesome.
It's just impressive to see all this work and stuff that you practice.
So we're going to add a little water to crack the glass so we can take it off. We'll just tap on the metal pole slightly. And let's have a big hand for the Museum of Glass Hot Shop team and our guest artist, Ben Beres. driving by that cone for 20 years, I finally decided to come in.
Right. Why
I,
did you do
I,
it?
I didn't go into the Empire State Building. I just saw it before.
I mean, that track. Fuck would you go up there? It's not like we're going to the
No, I think
Space
somebody
Needle
was
every
visiting.
day.
Yeah, somebody was visiting,
Yeah.
so we went up there.
But did you know it's always going to be up at Photoshop? Because we're changing in the Ben Royal link finally after like 100 years. So we're going to go up, I guess.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Did you see that last bit?
It was amazing.
Oh, good.
Hey,
Got to catch it.
that right at the perfect
I love that there's this like callous to art making. I'm like, let's make a fun move. Make it twist.
Yes, that's so Ben Beres of you.
The closed captioning has been saying Ben Ben two E's and then embarrassed. That's how it's
Ben Beres. What does it say? Ben Beres.
yours comes as BA. But Emily's is coming out as Ben embarrassed.
You can't tell the difference between a picture and a pitcher, like a water pitcher. Makes some really funny things.
I feel like I've never noticed the captions before. I guess I'm always just staring directly at them.
We've only had them for a couple of years now, but
It's great though, because it's so loud in here.
yeah, it's so echoey. And if you're 40 plus, it's harder to hear in these noisy situations.
40 plus.
We're in that club.
I'm like 40 plus plus.
So we're making one of these style of vases that you see. We'll make our team of glassblowers will make the form, and our guest artist, Mr. Ben Beres, will engrave the designs on the surface. That'll happen after the glass is cold. So right now we're just blowing the forms according to his design. Ben Beres, he's a man with a big beard. He's a Seattle artist. He's a printmaker. He teaches printmaking at Cornish College in Seattle. And he also does a lot of sort of more conceptual installation work and sculpture. One of his big projects recently is a art community center called Mini Mart City Park, where they renovated an old gas station, and they've turned it into this kind of community art center in the southern section of Seattle. He also works with two other artists. They have a collaboration called Sutton Beres Color. And this week, he's our guest artist here at the Museum of Glass. Mr. Beres is not a glassmaker himself, a glass blower. So when we have a guest artist who's not a glass blower, they come with designs and ideas, and we make their designs. So we've had poets and musicians, painters, sculptors, all sorts of folks. So it kind of injects some new blood into the glass world, people coming from outside with interesting ideas. Folks actually blowing the glass are our Museum of Glass Hot Shop team. There are resident team of glass blowers. They're extremely skilled. Gabe, the man sitting at the workbench, he's been blowing glass for 29 years. You'll notice that one of the glass blowers is crouched down on a little rolling chair to the left of the workbench. She's the person that's going to be blowing. So that's Sarah Gilbert. She'll be blowing through that steel tube, the blowpipe, and inflating the glass as Gabe Feenan, sitting at the workbench, shapes it. So this arrangement where one person blows while the other person shapes it is very typical of the Venetian style of glass blowing. Starting in 1979, a number of Venetian masters came here to the Northwest and began teaching the young Americans how to blow glass. So the way that we blow glass here is very similar to the way they blow glass in Venice, and that's because we learned from them. We hold the glass down at an angle like that. The glass bubble is soft and will stretch under its own weight, making the bubble longer. Do you guys have any questions? The colors in glass come from metals dissolved in the glass when you first cook it up from scratch. Cobalt makes glass blue, chromium makes it green, a little bit of gold makes it a beautiful ruby red. Most of the colors are metals, but not all of them. So now Gabe is squeezing the glass with a tool called the jacks and making a sharp crease in it. That sharp crease is the place we'll be able to break the glass away from the metal pipe once we're done shaping. So the bottom of the vase is the part that's sticking out. The top of the vase is the part that's still attached to the metal pipe. Do you guys have any questions? He's going to make shapes very similar to the ones you see on the pedestal. We're going to add a little bit of clear glass to the bottom to sort of reinforce the bottom. All glass looks orange when it's hot. What you're seeing is the glow from the heat, not the color of the glass. The glass we just added from our furnace was clear, colorless glass. flattening the bottom of the vase.
I don't do this enough. My hands are raw from washing them.
You're like, yeah, blistered medium. How mine are too. I wash my hands if they're in water so much that the blisters happen so quick. How long do you have after?
Asterisk song is staying with me so far.
Just squirt that little circle in the middle.
Yeah.
Just to clear the circle, yeah.
How does Tony feel about her?
He really likes it.
Look at that color. That's so cool.
I'm unlocking so many badges.
Go for it, Sarah. My best friend does the center. I said close, jerk.
I mean, it's on the bottom.
We're not reinforcing the bottom. We're just that won't stick to the powder.
Next thing we're going to do is transfer the glass from the rod it's on now, the blowpipe, to a second steel rod called the punty, P-U-N-T-Y. The punty will hold the vase from the bottom while we shape the top. Does anybody have any questions? Yes. This is sandblasted? Oh, we call it sandblasting. Etching, when we technically, etch is when you frost it with acid. This is sandblasting. We put an adhesive-backed rubber resist. Uh, this is used. Is originally formulated for gravestones. Instead of chiseling the letters into gravestones, they would put this rubber mask on the stone and then cut the letters out and sandblast it to engrave the letters. And so glass blowers picked it up, and so you can see that the one with the kind of beige, that's all that's an adhesive back rubber. now the vase is held from the bottom. The top is exposed. The top can now be heated and shaped.
About how much did that vase weigh?
I'd just be guessing. I'd say, I don't know, 12 pounds. But that's just a guess. How many what? Vases? I bet we made maybe 10 today.
Sorry, Walt.
That's okay. In your way. Do you guys have any questions?
We're gonna try to put away this table tonight.
Well, any questions, sir?
How long have you been blowing glass?
What?
How long have you been blowing glass?
Me?
Yeah.
50 years.
50 years. Wow, I thought you were like 30 years old.
I'm 71.
Oh, no way.
Yeah, way.
Wow.
Ask my social security.
What made you get into it?
I was in art school in Massachusetts, a place called Massachusetts College of Art. Somebody told me it was fun, and they were right.
It's awesome.
That was 50 years ago.
Oh, wow.
So they're stretching out the glass at the very top of the vase. The glass there is always a little bit thick. So you use those crimps and stretch it out, and then we're going to bust that excess glass off.
love Washington. I want to move here. I'm on vacation right now. I'm from New York City.
All right.
Yeah,
That's
so-
where I was born.
Oh yeah. What part of New York City?
Lenox Hill Hospital.
Really?
72nd Street.
I was in Coney Island.
There you go. Base South Side.
Yeah.
It's becoming, a little bit like San Francisco here.
Yeah.
The houses are getting expensive.
Yeah, that's why I kind of want to get here before the house. I assume the houses are going to be too expensive and out of my reach relatively soon. But I need to, I just love it here. I feel like the culture and everything is just super awesome.
Oh, good. Yeah.
And I love like things like these, like museums and like this is so cool. I was like looking through the exhibits. It's like amazing what people are able to do with like glass.
Yep. No, we have some good exhibits up to this time.
Yeah.
It's a whole little world unto itself, glass.
Yeah. It's fascinating. You don't like realize like like the utensils that we drink from every single day. Then you come over here and you see like these super intricate like pieces. It's just amazing.
Challenging and addictive.
Sorry?
I said it's challenging and addictive.
Yes, 100. I could
Once
see.
you start doing it, it's hard to stop.
It takes a level of creativity though. Like I can't imagine like looking at the raw materials and just like having an image of like what you want to make.
Well, once you start doing it and dive into it, then you get ideas. And if you're not involved with it at all, then it's hard to get ideas. But once you know about it, then it gets a lot easier.
Do you have a showcase of any of your work?
I have an exhibit here of my drawings in the back there.
I must have already passed it. What was it? What was your name?
Walter Lieberman.
Oh, okay.
I've used chalk drawing illustrations for the museum. And it's not glass. There's an exhibit
Definitely gonna check that out. Where is it specifically?
across the hall.
Across the hall. Yeah, we came here like 30-ish minutes ago, a little late, but
Well, if you're interested in this sort of thing, it might be worth you. Would you come with your wife or your girlfriend?
girlfriend. Yeah.
If you are interested in this sort of thing, if you become a member today, they'll discount your admission today. So let's say, if a membership is, I don't know, $100 for a year or something, they'll take the $20 that you spent to get in here off.
Yeah, the main thing I would wonder is,
I mean, come all year.
yeah, I have to make the flight every time, huh?
Oh, no, I mean if you live. Yeah, that's right, you
Yeah.
don't live here yet, but yeah, when you do live here.
Definitely.
Are you living in New York right now?
Yeah. I recently moved to Long Island
Uh-huh.
for like 6 or 7 months ago, but yeah, all my life I was in Brooklyn. I came here to hike to all of the national parks,
Uh-huh.
but I realized it was like the weather. Like this is my brother and this is my friend Kyle right here. Yeah. But we just finished up with Olympic. We did Cascades like a week ago. Today our legs are super sore, so we need a break. And I was like, why don't we check out the glass museum?
Yeah, you can do it sitting down.
Yeah.
Let other people work.
I can't imagine being near like fire the entire. Like it's such a cool like passion and career.
Watch out. You become addicted. We have a thing here. Are you once a month, one weekend a month, we have a little try-it session.
Oh yeah. Damn. I'm assuming this month is already over.
Ask at the front desk. I
Okay,
don't know when
okay.
it's scheduled. We didn't do it
this weekend, maybe next weekend.
Yeah. Oh man, I'm already gone by then. Damn it. Next time I'm
Well,
definitely.
if you come back,